anything? No update on traffic?
No, they're still working on it. I understand the plan being prepared.
Okay, no, very good. All right, well, we'll get underway then. The first submitter is Julie Summers.
Yes. Do I just come sit up
Yeah, you
here?
can come and sit up here if you can. Wherever you're comfortable, sit.
Just here.
Yes, that's fine. Yeah. Welcome.
Hi.
Thanks for coming and speaking with us. It's appreciated.
Yeah, I'd just like to say, I guess when I lived in the area, which was a number of years ago, just because I passed through there so frequently, where I lived was right on Madras Street, literally almost across the road, adjacent to the site. Back then, when it was owned by South Power, I think having a small child, it was very easy. It was well looked after, very easy access to all places in town. And what I liked about that site being fenced off was the fact that children couldn't wander in there. It was safe for, community, and we used to use the sports field as well and the park down at the end of Madras Street on the corner, near Far Street corner, quite frequently. And that was the wonderful thing about living in that neighbourhood, is just that low traffic concentration during the day. I mean, the peak traffic in the morning and sort of at night you could sort of compensate for. I mean, you weren't out at those times because I was at home with small children, but during the day it was just wonderful. It was so easily accessible to walk around the neighbourhood and really safe traffic wise, and I guess that's where I'm coming from, is I always supported the small local businesses just on Edgware Road. The Fresh Choice used to be super value, and there used to be a Mitre 10 there. And for me, it was very easy to walk there. Even my toddler used to insist on walking there from our little place on Madras Street. So, for us to do our shopping there, it was just great. It was easy. So
To walk to the Edgware Centre, it was
sorry?
to walk to Edgware Village. That
Yeah,
was easy.
yeah, Edgware Village. That's where we walked. We'd do the trip maybe once a week. Used to be an old dairy on the corner of Beeley Ave and Madras, which is gone now, but it's sort of probably reduced the traffic there. But it's in safety as well. But it was crime. I mean, we had neighbours that were really good. We'd always look out for each other. If anyone caught anyone, we'd give each other a lotto ticket. So it was a good incentive to keep an eye out and keep an eye on things. And there was always someone at home during the day as well, because there was a good mixture of people that worked and people that didn't. So, I mean, that's just where I'm coming from. It's just that it's, imagine the density of traffic on the area. It would be quite devastating for the residents who live in the area already. I mean, I know going through there, travelling through there now, I've noticed just how much more dense it's become with all the building and the new homes that have gone in the area. How much more dense that would be with people just driving, and not necessarily people from that area that may use that supermarket. It may be people from outside the area as well that'll probably come in as well. I mean, I always look at those sort of objectives when I'm looking at how a shopping centre will affect the overall community.
How long ago is it since you lived on Madras Street?
Oh, my son's 36 now, so I always have him on about it. But when he was about 1 year and 2 years old, so it's changed dramatically since.
So well pre-earthquake.
Pardon?
Well pre-earthquake.
Yeah. So we were there for a few years until we bought our first home just on the other side of town, which was great, still
And-
close to town.
And were the houses on the opposite, sort of on your side of Madras Street at that time, were they mainly like sort of villas or single
Yeah,
houses?
so we were a set of flats, a block of flats. There were 4 flats, and we were the third one at the back, which now I see is being fenced off, which is wonderful. Gosh, I wish we had that when I was there. But the houses there were all, there was a few old villas along there. It was a lovely neighbourhood. It was a real mix of old villas and bungalows, and of course you've got that higher density there now, and I just think, you know, how incredibly devastating that would be for the locals, you know, traffic-wise.
And I'm not a Christchurch local, but back then, was it already the condition where there were the 2 lanes merging coming up from
2
Beatty Ave?
lanes merging from the
From Beatty.
Beatty Ave junction on. Good question. I think it may have been 1.
Yeah, so it might
One
have still been
traffic lane.
2-way.
Where
To the
now
south.
it's 2 lanes merging. Yeah, so it's kind of, yeah, it brings in that bigger volume of traffic already to that area, and I think it probably compensates for the amount of people that are living there as well. Gosh, I remember being able to walk to Beatty Ave just on that corner, and there used to be a Spark phone box there, right in the middle. Yeah, so.
So one of your main concerns is around how, if this proposal does go ahead, that there'll be just a lot more traffic and the effects that that has on the neighbours and the residents?
I guess, yeah, I'd be sad for them because, yeah, I think for them, ideally, it would be nice to see, you know, reduced traffic flow and just as it is, or maybe just in that living space. I mean, I'm not sure what else could go in that area, whether it would be housing intentionally. But yeah, I just thought for me, when I lived on Madras Street, it was no issue to walk to Edgware Village and do shopping, or alternatively, I could walk across past and go to the other shopping centre, which was further afield off Barbados on that corner. So there was shopping there alternatively as well.
So by Edgware and Barbados?
Yeah. There was another set of group of shops there, as well as, and a doctor's surgery as well. Not that I use that one. I used to bus over to the other side of town or walk. It was easy. Yeah, the proximity. But all I can just think of is just traffic will come in from outside that area and just make it incredibly busy. And I just think of the cost of what it's going to be for roading and to maintain that road if possible. Just looking at shopping centres and overall how that wear and tear on roads and parking goes.
So the park that you referred to, where is it? Down by Forfar Street? Is that on?
So the park, basically, so heading north along Madras Street, you're going, it's right at the end. So there's at the end of the block, I think there used to be a hairdresser's, and then you go down another block. So it's literally 2 blocks away. There's a huge recreation reserve. I see now it's a sports field, it's a playground, and it's got skate park as well. So imagine what that would be for, you know, safety wise for children using that area and people having that accessibility for parking as well.
Where are the schools around that area?
Schools?
Yeah. You know? Or were your kids too young when you were living?
Yeah. Good question. St Albans School. I know something would have been. I'm sure something would have been within walking distance, but I hadn't quite got to that stage yet where we were looking for schools.
No.
But preschools we did. That was just on Manchester Street, just off Beatty Ave. It was a big 2-storey old bungalow, or American style bungalow. We did go to that.
And obviously when you read about this proposal, because you haven't lived there for a long time, you still must have that sort of passion for the area. You can sort of tell by, yeah, so what made you come along today?
I guess really just to see that, you know, it would be sad to see those changes happen, you know, to the neighbourhood, and to kind of take away their way of life, really, their ability to just come and go, and ease of movement. The local businesses in the area too are fantastic. I used to use them, and it was very easy, it was very cost effective as well. And I think that's another huge thing that the locals in the area may look at long term, is the cost effectiveness of using those local services and being close to home, you know, saving money. But yeah, I just think the huge supermarket would be quite difficult. It would be devastating on the neighbourhood.
And when your concerns are that they're mainly focused on for people living on that section of Madras Street,
I think the whole area, because
so
of the traffic.
including the side roads.
Yeah, yeah, the side roads. Obviously, the traffic is going to come in because there's Peck Street adjacent, and then there's the other West Side Street as well that are going to have I sort of think of crime when I think of shops, because in the area where I am currently, I mean, this issue did come up as well, and I was immediately concerned about the crime, which has gone up in my area due to the fact that shops have been installed at the end of my street, and I think of crime in the area too. That will increase crime.
So you're in the Sydenham, sort of the central Sydenham, is it? Walton, I was trying to think where Walton Street is.
It is, yeah. When I first walked there were no shops on the end of my street. There was, there was the garden centre, Ethel McCulley's, and then there was Hollabin Hire on the other side, which those sort of places don't sort of create so much crime as in other places such as alcohol stores and.
Yeah, okay. All right.
No.
That's good, thank you.
No. That was, yeah, we really do appreciate you coming and talking to us.
Okay.
It's important to hear from submitters.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ms Keller, you happy to go? You're happy to go in now? Slot in now? And this is it's on behalf of again, isn't it?
I feel a weight of responsibility.
Yes.
Speaking on behalf of.
It's all resting on you.
To make it worse.
Just got a great
Kia ora. My name is Margaret Elizabeth Kelly.
Just give us half a minute. We'll just get our papers in order.
Oh, I'm too enthusiastic.
Well, you've been sitting here for a while. Sorry, we're just
The original submission was put in by Valerie Somerville.
right.
Okay, so it's
So we're at
55.
55 and
93.
93, yeah.
So you're speaking to the 55 and the 93. Well, you wouldn't know. Sorry, the Valerie Somerville and Dorothy Lynn O'Keefe.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
And I'm aware that what I'm going to read is different from Valerie wrote, because that was written in April and we've had chats and discussions.
Yes, that's okay.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you very much. We're in your hands. You start.
I've lived in New Zealand since 1973 and in St Albans from 1979. I'm speaking today on behalf of the St Albans Pavilion and Pool Incorporated. We're more commonly known as the Edgware Pool Group. Our society is joined at the hip with the St Albans Swimming Club Incorporated, which was first established in St Albans in 1892. Our pool was opened with great ceremony on the 10th of January in 1934, with Canon Bean in his bathing suit taking the first plunge. This was just at the end of the Great Depression. That means that all the fundraising to build the pool took place during very hard times. On Monday morning, November the 21st, 2006, the bulldozers, accompanied by the police, moved in onto the site in a surprise dawn exercise. They demolished the pool and all facilities amid protests from the local community, the swim club, the Friends of Edgware, and MACE. MACE were the Mothers Against Closing Edgware Pool. Everybody, it seems, kicked up a fuss. 19 years later, we are before you at this hearing advocating support for our community and stating our dependence upon it. In fundraising terms, we are again in hard times. As I speak to you, there are 3 big pool-sized holes in the ground behind Trafalgar Street, occupying a back section of Edgware Road. Concrete has been poured and we expect to open our new open-air swimming pool to the public in time for Christmas. The intervening 19 years have not been without challenge. I have to say that Valerie Somerville, the author of A History of St Albans Swimming Club and Edgware Pool, and her husband Paul have held officer positions on the pool committee since prior to the demolition. That's over 19 years. They should be speaking today. Val, as our secretary, wrote our submission, but is unable to speak to it. Lynn, our chairperson, she too would be speaking today, but she's in Europe on a trip planned before we had a date for this hearing. She and her late husband Stan owned the famous Warner's Hotel in the Square pre-earthquake. In due course, they created Bailey's in Edgware, relocating much of their fine Irish memorabilia to furnish it. Later, they sold Bailey's to Tanny Norton's family, and Richard the Norton's son runs it now and maintains community connections. He hosts the quiz nights to bring in funds for the rebuilding of the Edgware pool. You may remember that Tanny was an All Black and he grew the organic tomatoes commercially. And as you know, the fabric of our Christchurch society is very closely knit. We're well connected. Anyway, instead of the Somervilles and Lynn O'Keefe, you have me, a current committee member, presenting our case in support of maintaining the vitality of our Edgware village community. This summary of our submission has been approved. We wish to present to you our thoughts on community building and local philanthropy, and to explain to you why we think the community building should be valued in the same way as commercial success is valued. I'm to tell you how dependent our culture is on local commercial support, and I'm to tell you with all due respect that we cannot imagine Woolworths, managed from Auckland and Australia, being able to assume a role in St Albans comparable to that of our Edgware business owners, who are part of our community, who know about the various local social enterprises they support, and who trust the volunteers and facilitators who manage them. For example, throughout the whole life of the Edgware pool and until this day, Hardy and Thompson in person and through their 100-year-old timber yard have supported the local swimming pool and continue to do so. They featured frequently in Valerie Somerville's History of St Albans Swimming Club and Edgware Pool, and they still support the project today. That must be one of the longest economic relationships in the whole of Christchurch. How can you put a monetary value on such support? Right since the demolition of the pool, Edgware businesses have backed the community's fundraising efforts to build a new one. To demonstrate this, I wish to show you the Edgware calendar that was produced in 2010. Each month is financially supported by 3 different businesses. Proceeds, of course, were to go to the pool. As a matter of interest, Sam Preble, who put the whole thing together, was just out of school and working for Weta Workshop at the time. Later, he went on into short film and digital games industry. His mother, Kate Taylor, and Sam's father, Frank Preble, who just happened to have a printing press in his garage, they, together with Dusseline Wardle and her late husband, John, he who has a meeting room in the new community centre named after him, started the St Albans Neighbourhood News. That was in 1993. Stan, as the paper is affectionately known, is a community paper that runs successfully to this day and is now at 32 years old, produced in colour and called the St Albans News. Again, this newspaper is supported by local businesses using their discretionary advertising budget to give local residents a community forum. Community spirit, like incense, has to have a fire to keep it alive. Our fires are Stan and Sarah. That Sarah is the pet name for the St Albans Residents Association. Anyway, to get back to the calendar, it must be said that in 2010-2011, earthquakes put an end to the sale of our fundraising enterprise, and boxes of these calendars had to be stored until the dates synchronised, and then we could relaunch them, this time as a collector's item in 2022. We added an appendix to each one telling what had happened to all the businesses post-quake, who had moved, who had folded, who had died, and who had managed to stay put. Over the years, Edgware businesses have contributed to many, many fundraising events and given moral support to the pool's successive committees. Bailey's Quiz Night, raffles comprising treats from all the shops, vibrant market days, etc., etc. Through to the 2025 calendar, produced this time by the St Albans History Group in support of rebuilding the pool. The rebuilding of a full-size swimming pool has been and still is a big enterprise for a community, even one as well connected as St Albans. To achieve it, everybody who can has to help. Anything that undermines the viability of local businesses will affect their ability to support local community projects such as ours. Over the years, our strong sense of community has been built on the integration of business, incorporated societies and personal effort. Where Council has seen this to work in an effective way, it has very often come in behind and supported the projects which they have done for the pool. We are very grateful for that.
Was that a fairly recent endorsement, or has that been?
It was sort of gradual, and then at one stage they said if certain criteria were met, they would give us a substantial amount of money.
Right.
And then that encouraged other funders to help us and put heart into the community to keep raising them.
Okay, thank you.
We think that positive community building should be valued in the same way as commercial success is valued. We are very concerned that a supermarket as big as Woolworths now proposes will undermine the viability of our Edgware village, and by so doing will lessen the support businesses will be able to give to social enterprises such as ours. With due respect, we cannot imagine Woolworths owned and managed from Auckland and Australia assuming a role in the St Albans community comparable in this respect to our own Edgware village businesses. The owner of Fresh Choice Edgware, for example, has been treasurer to our incorporated society for many years. We are anxious that an extra large Woolworths complex just 3 blocks east and a block and a half south will undermine his livelihood and thus the vitality of our village shopping centre as a whole. In turn, many of our local societies, including the pool group, who depend in part on the philanthropy of local businesses, will also feel the pinch. St Albans Pavilion and Pool Incorporated is not against commercial development of Madras Street site, but rather it opposes Woolworth's proposal for its current oversized form. Woolworths claims that the retail distribution effects from the proposal will not be significant, that Edgware Village will not be hollowed out, and that it will recover. But from St Albans Pavilion and Pool Society's perspective, rendering any of our businesses weakened erodes our village as a whole. It took terrific determination and innovation to recover from the earthquakes. Why would we undo that work now? There is real opportunity for a complementary development on Madras Street site that doesn't directly compete with Edgware for primacy and custom. Thank you for listening to our submission.
Thank you. Are we able to have a copy of that, or do you want to take it away, or
No?
you sure?
Yeah, give it a copy.
Yeah, we can get a copy and then we can take the
I
original.
can't spare many of these because
No,
they're archived.
no, that's fine. Yeah, no, just if we can, we'll get that, we'll get your presentation copied and you can have the original
Would you
back,
like one?
but, no, best not to. But, thank you for the offer. I'm not as familiar with, Edgware as others. I live on the other side of town, but, so where is the pool? I'll see it, but I just, where is the pool?
If you go from Hills Road, Springfield Road direction through the village, and you get to Fresh Choice, Trafalgar Street is the next street on the right. It also, on that site, the city wells for the whole of that side of the city are situated.
The what, sorry, the wells?
The city wells.
Okay.
And the Edgware Pool occupied a block of land, a back section actually, of Edgware Road, but between Edgware Road and Trafalgar Street.
And did I hear right that it's, that you're hopeful for the pool to be open by Christmas?
Yes,
Oh, that's it.
unbelievable.
It's been a long journey, that.
Yeah.
And when you mention that you wouldn't be opposed to a complementary development on the Madras Street site, is that well, what would that, what do you think would be a complementary?
Well, having had the opportunity of listening this week, I realise how committed Woolworths are to that site. But I understand there is such a thing as a Woolworths Metro, and we did actually lose businesses from the village with the earthquake. We have no garden centre anymore. We don't have hardware. There's a whole row of little shops down in front of Hardy and Thompson that have gone. Wool shop, haberdashery, naturopath.
So it's essentially something that isn't competing with an existing business?
Well, I think that there could be something that would complement, the two centres could really complement each other if the sizing was right. And I was quite heartened to hear about the gym, because we had hoped to put a gym in our pool complex, but we can't afford it.
Well, thank you. So from the pool perspective, the principal concern is the impact it may have on the local businesses and then on their ability to support
And not just us, but I imagine that there are other community groups that they also support, but I can only speak for this one, and also really a little bit for Pack Street Park and Community Garden, because they do support us as well
I think are you speaking again for them
tomorrow.
tomorrow? Yes. The timber business you refer to, is that the one at the rear of the Woolworth site? There's lots of pallets.
The timber business is on Colombo Street. There's not much of it left there except the bit that does the mouldings. And they've also got a little show home for modern design. At one stage they had the whole yard there, but it has moved to a bigger, more industrial site.
Okay.
And has that site got some recent townhouses built next to it? Is that the site?
I'm not sure that they have shed much land. They must have.
Well, we're heading out there today anyway, so.
In the, there's a picture.
Is that in your group of photographs that you're going to?
Well, Sam put a picture of it says Hardy and Thompson timber merchants, custom joinery, moulding, etc. This was a very, very, very old sign, and they used to have all their timber stacked up. So when you go into the car park behind the little Edgware Mall and you look across, this is, I think they've still kept this just for fun.
I know that site, yeah.
Okay. Everything fit?
No, that's good.
No.
Yeah. No, that was helpful, and we appreciate you taking the time to speak on behalf, and we'll talk to you again
Thank you.
shortly or tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. Catherine Burrell, is it? Catherine Burrell's not.
No, she's 10 past 10 now, isn't she? So she might just.
Stephen Anderson's here.
Should we pull something?
Who's? Yeah, he's now for tomorrow.
Who's the gentleman down there? Is he a submitter?
Yeah, that's, I'm pretty sure that's
Thank you.
Thank you. You heard from Catherine Barrow?
She said she was.
Okay, that's right. We've got a gap, very obvious. Ms Barrell has been contacted and said she's going to be appearing, but we'll just have to take the break in half an hour.
Yeah. It's a really nice tapestry to the hearing.
Oh, no, it does, yeah. I've got license that area, it's where I drive through. Not Catherine Drive. It's a strong
I go to Austin to the Fresh Choice a couple of times and Tim's back. When I turned 50, I've got a hair so big because they had me. And I acknowledged that on the night, which was quite useful for me, but I enjoyed it. There was a hand in this hand. She went to the bacteria. I'll bring a hand with you. I've got
opposite us here. Thank you very much for coming. Now, we've read your submission and we'll have some questions, but just talk us through it and what your concerns are. It would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm new to this, so please bear with me. I've got 4 main areas of concern. I live within a couple of 100 metres of the proposed development on Madras Street, on the north side of Beeley Avenue. One concern I have is traffic management and congestion. When Madras Street reaches Beeley Avenue, it's 4 lanes, 2 lanes going north. Over Beeley Avenue, it channels into 1, and there's a little bit of a bottleneck there. My property is about 6 up from Madras Street. When I'm turning left in, I'm always worried about being rear-ended. I think people think that I've got my indicator on by accident, but no, I haven't. I also have to give way to cyclists, sometimes pedestrians, and I just feel that the increased traffic from the proposed development is going to make that so much worse. The same goes when I'm leaving the property. I quite often have to nudge out into the cycle lane to see past cars, and then reverse to let a cyclist go past. And it's difficult to cross the road to turn south towards Beeley Avenue. I just see it as a safety issue with an increase in traffic, because I don't think it's particularly safe as it currently is either. And then further up with the proposal, there's going to be a turning lane right into the development, and I see again another bottleneck developing, and already, particularly at peak hours, you've got a stream of cars going up, and that's just going to create another bottleneck there. So that's my concern about traffic management, briefly. Parking is another matter. Already outside my place, we've got people parking from Pegasus Health, and so it's all-day parking. Again, coming out of the driveway, there's cars. I've got an SUV, but if there's smaller cars, it's fine, but if it's anything like my vehicle or twin cabs, it's difficult to see out, to see cyclists coming. Also, there isn't a lot of parking, and to reduce the number of car parks closer to the complex is going to put pressure down. Also, the staff have to park somewhere, and no doubt they'll park on some of the side streets, Back Street, Purchase Street, but that will impact on Madras Street as well. I have friends and family that visit, and even now that's a little bit difficult for them to park. One uses a stick. It's difficult if they don't park on my side of the road to cross the road, so that is going to become worse, and it's not feasible for them to walk down to the intersection of Beeley Ave, cross there and come back up. So with an increased volume of traffic, that's going to become worse. I just see them not being able to visit. We also have tradespeople that park outside, and that's challenging now, and it's going to become worse, and they quite often want to buy your property to be carrying tools and that in. So in practical sense, I see that being problematic.
Is the Pegasus Health parking, is that during the day, or do they operate it into the evening as well?
For me, well, they operate, I think, 24 hours. For me, for parking, it's really through the day. I think there's more parking on Madras Street on this. Bishop Street one over has reduced their parking. The City Council's put I can't remember what kind of time limit, but there's some reduction of parking there because of Pegasus Health. So that then has pushed them again over to Madras Street. thank you Bishop Street, but it's practical.
So is it different during the weekdays and Saturdays? Is it quieter during Saturdays?
It's quieter on Saturdays. It's just different. There is a shortage of, not a shortage, but there's people are still parking on Madras Street, and it still can be challenging for parking, but it's not quite the fight for parks that you have through the weekday.
For people working at home.
Yeah.
Thank you. I hope we didn't interrupt. You don't mind us asking questions as
No, that's fine, that's fine, just slow me down, stop me, whatever. I also, my other point, my third point was the social and community impact. Way back, I'm from Timaru, and I just see developments there happening that has spoilt the shopping centres, like the inner city street and Stafford Street has got empty shops largely because of the development on the north side of town. It's taken people away, and I've seen it in other areas as well. I've also gone to areas, I think of Howick, where it's community shopping and there's no great big supermarket nearby, and it's got a different vibe. And St Albans is really sort of one of those, what I would term old-fashioned communities, that you've got clusters of shops and they know you, they provide service, there's a range of shops, and that gets lost when you have a big complex that comes in the middle. The Woolworths accountants, Pack and Safes, the big supermarkets just don't have that community, they don't support the community in the same way. The clusters of shops are special, I think particularly to St Albans, because a lot of the other areas have lost them. So I think, excuse me, what was I going to say? To service the people in the area, I think they are already well serviced with clusters. And in the reports, there's the names of all the shopping centres. And you've also got major shops which are not difficult to go to. I do a lot of my main shopping on my way through from work. And I think a lot of people in that area do that have cars. So I don't see the need for a large supermarket there. I just think it's going to decimate the community shops and atmosphere there. The fourth one I put was unnecessary commercial enterprise. I think it is. I'm sure it makes economic sense for Woolworths. I don't believe it makes economic sense for the people of St Albans. I was not a happy shopper about a month ago when I went and bought my fruit and veggies out in Marshlands, Marihau. I bought, this is just an example, it's sort of typical, I bought pumpkins for 99 cents each. They were smaller. I bought 2 or 3. I then happened to go to Northlands and go into Countdown, and they were there for $5.40. Now, 2 of my 99-cent pumpkins was $1.98. There was one there for $5.40. So I'm sure it makes commercial sense for Woolworths, but I really don't think it supports or helps the people in St Albans. And I've seen that many times, particularly with fruit and veggies. And it's, I've forgotten the term of, that's used as to get people in the door. That wasn't what it is. That was just a typical example of things that there's huge price differentials. So that doesn't enamor me to a big supermarket coming into the area. We do have large supermarkets, as the Palms, as Fresh Choice, as Marivale, and I noticed that the Fresh Choice in Edgware is called sort of a top-up shop. I don't feel that way. I don't think it is. I think it's a little disparaging. It's a service supermarket. Anyway, I obviously don't really want the supermarket there. Or the shopping complex, because it's not just a supermarket, there's other things, but I don't think that it's needed, and I think it's going to spoil what has been developed in St Albans over a number of years.
Can I just ask about the cycleways? Living close by, how frequently are they used? Are they quite well used, or are they?
They are used. Well used. It's difficult because the people that I see cycling by look as if it's their routine work, home to work and back.
Yeah.
I don't see mums and kids on bikes. It's generally working people, men and women, particularly men. They are used, well used. I'm used to being around sort of the Oxford Terrace, Hagley Park area, and there's lots and lots of cycles. So it's really hard to balance that question. But what I don't see is a lot of families using it. I think probably too scary.
What's the pedestrian traffic like, if you like, around this area?
Fairly light. I've got a gentleman in the area who uses a motor wheelchair, motorised wheelchair. I see quite often people walking their dogs. Do see families occasionally walking, not a lot. And there is people commuting into work. I'll quite often walk into work as well from there. So, yeah, you've got your commuters walking.
And with the traffic merge from heading north up Madras, I mean, obviously you live even, I mean, I probably was quite near to your house when I went out and had a look down at the Beeley Ave intersection. But at those busy times, could it look, yeah, do you think more traffic can actually get through there, or it would just get stuck on? It gets stuck on.
It's just horrendous because you're channeling two lanes that are quite often full of cars that cross Beeley Ave. There's a little bit of a race to who's going to nudge in first, and all the brakes go on. I'm about 6 houses up, roughly. It's a great big city gate. More traffic just makes it worse, and you can't really pull over. When I'm pulling over into the cycle lane, which that is a problem because if there are cyclists coming up, I can't. So I block the traffic behind me. And then when I turn in, occasionally there is a pedestrian or someone jogging along, and so I have to stop again. And then at that point, the traffic can flow through, but I've blocked the cycle lane.
You've got a choice of either blocking the cycle lane or holding the
Or
traffic.
sometimes doing both.
Yeah.
So you're in the merging area, if you like, where they.
Just after the merging area. So people have sort of merged and are just sort of, we've merged, and then my indicator goes on, and I think often people think that, you know, you have your indicator on to merge, and they just think that I've flicked it the wrong way. And I see cars not slowing down behind me. And it's a case of, we've got a problem here. I'm really surprised that there hasn't been.
And are you mainly Are you mainly approaching your property in that main platoon, having come across from the other side?
Yeah.
I mean, occasionally from turning left or right in from Beeley Ave, or
Yes, occasionally from Beeley Ave. Yeah, both ways, coming in. Usually you're not on your own, turning in from Beeley Ave, either left or right. If you're coming from the east, turning right into Madras Street, there's usually 2 or 3 cars. And so you're turning late, and so once you've turned, the other lights have gone green, so you've got cars behind you. Turning left into Madras from Beeley Ave, there's not as many cars that turn left there, so that's not quite so problematic, because you're turning left and the lights are still green for the other traffic to go through, so you're often basically on your own there. But you're coming from east to west, turning right across Beeley Ave into Madras Street. Yeah, there's usually 2 or 3 cars waiting to turn.
Have you seen many accidents on that stretch?
No, I haven't. They're waiting to happen.
In the mornings, is the traffic lighter on Madras Street? Because I know that if you're coming sort of from north and so you're heading towards town, you can only turn left onto Beeley. Do you think that reduces traffic, or?
That is lighter.
Yeah.
My problem is turning against the northbound traffic. Left in the morning, 7:15, it's light. It's usually not terribly bad, but coming up to 20 to 8, it all changes.
And that's traffic coming either straight up Madras or off Beeley.
Yeah, that's going north
Yes.
on Madras Street. Yeah. So quite often you've got no one going south, or just the odd car going south. But it's to get into that lane.
so there's still some platoon. There's a sense of still some platooning of traffic in the morning peak of traffic heading northbound up Madras.
It's just not as heavy
Not
as the
short.
basically as the
Yeah.
go home traffic or later in the afternoon.
Okay, so you've covered a lot of the matters that are important to you, but what is it about, what is it about, just in general words, what do you really value about the environment at the moment, Greg?
It's a little bit more of an old-fashioned suburb. It's changing, but you've got the established people, older homes. Some of the streets back have still retained their trees. People still talk to one another. As I said, it's really that sort of community that's engendered there with people. And you don't always find that in some suburbs. You know, it just becomes very impersonal, and you just ships passing in the night and don't care.
When you talk in your paragraph marked 4 of your submission, you talk about the ultimately reducing choice, and that's
Sorry.
and 4 you're talking
Yeah.
about the ultimately reducing choice. So then that's your view because of the dilution.
Yeah, just from what I've seen in other centres, when you put in a large business, it tends to reduce the viability of the smaller ones, and as I said earlier, I've seen that in Timaru, I've seen that in other areas. It just effectively takes the cream off the top, that it doesn't make it viable for people. And so the business is closed. It's really nice having sort of niche stores, you know, your bakery and your local pharmacy and the local fruit and veggie shop and cafes and it's just nice.
Do you shop up and around in Edgware?
I do. Strangely enough, not so much in the supermarket. I do occasionally, but I usually do that on my way home. The bakery, there's the fruit and veggie shop occasionally, but I usually do that at Mariha. Cafes, yeah.
Yep.
It's just a centre that, and it's got quite good car parking there, and you just pop in.
Do you have any further?
I've just got one question. Were you involved back in 2008 when there was a broader development proposed for this site? Were you involved in that process? You weren't? Okay.
I was overseas. I lived overseas for 16 years. I lived in Japan where we had all these little niche little stores and what have you, and way over we would have a huge supermarket that we'd go to if you needed to. So yeah, no, I was in Japan.
No, thank you.
All right, yeah. All right, well, thank you very much. It's, yeah, that's been...
Thank you very much for
No, appreciate it.
hearing my viewpoint. I appreciate it too. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll take the morning break now then, shall we? So we've got anything to do with right, so. We'll just take a break. I have nothing else to run, so.
Nice, quite good, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we'll take the morning break, a bit longer one, as we wait for the next submission.
Leave it.
Yeah, thank you.
Sounds good, thanks.
get underway.
Let's just try to dial.
Oh, okay. Good morning, Mr. Allen. Now we have a, can you hear us? Yeah, can you take the mute off? Can you hear us, Mr. Allen? Right. Now there's something that's shielding your face, camera, yeah. That's better. Yeah. Thank you. Welcome. Yeah, I'm David Caudle, I'm chair of the panel. And we've read your submission and happy for you, whatever way you feel comfortable with, you want to take us through it. identify the main points you want to speak to, or whatever suits you. Are you hearing us?
Hello?
Can you hear us or not?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't hear what's being said. Can the volume be turned up or?
Right. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, Mr. Ireland?
Is that? No, nothing's happening.
Right, so are you muted at your end or not? No.
Now he's muted.
Okay.
Oh, you can unmute it.
Okay, sorry. Now, Mr. Ireland, can you hear us now?
No.
Could I email, could someone just reply to if they could hear? Could you hear me? They can reply by email?
Yes.
Yes. You
You can?
Yes.
Can I just, can I submit then?
Yes, you can. I don't feel whether talking loud is.
I can't hear, so you'll just have to raise your hand. My name's Tony Ireland. I'm spokesman for the Champion Street Residents Group. And I've replied to the application's consultants' conclusions. We have no issue with the development being a retail facility, and there appears to be a need for additional retail in the area. It should be noted the application is an international conglomerate headquartered in South Africa, with its leading shareholders being New York bankers. The sole reason of this development is the creation of profits, but for whom it is not easily established. We would not comment on that, but we would refer to an article in the RNZ website that describes Germany as one supermarket per 3,500 people. New Zealand has a ratio of 1 to 15,000. So it would be hard to not conclude that there is a need for the supermarket. Our prime concerns are about the design of the development and the number of car parks that are included in the design, and the negative effects this amount of car parking will have on the community and the environment. There seems to be a contradiction of terms in the name being a community-based centre, with the customer catchment area being less than 800 metres from the development. Why then have this amount of car parking that will only facilitate vehicle usage? I understand the Council's transport objectives are to encourage alternative transport, walking, cycling, which we are all in agreement with, so why all the car parking? These car parks will only create greater vehicle movements and greater stormwater generation. We would accept a reduction of car parks by 2/3 as an acceptable amount. The principal reason for the RMA is about resource management, and the land the car park inhabits is a resource. The creation of the paved car park requires the destruction of the land it stands on, so it cannot perform its natural function. The function of the land is a base for biodiversity to facilitate such activities as water soakage and the removal of carbon dioxide and the transpiration of water by natural processes of the green plant. This will also filter contaminants from the collection zone that the car park space will generate. The application lists a selection of solutions for stormwater. It is important that in the granting of this consent that the treatment of vehicle space runoff be established to an acceptable and sustainable level. No contaminated water should leave the site. The waterways they will end up in are already polluted. The surrounding natural ecosystem cannot accept the level of contamination this site will generate. The solution provided by the applicant is unacceptable. Large plastic tanks filled with contaminated water is a makeshift fix. The solution has been used in Auckland and has not made any noticeable difference in stormwater flows. At the best, all it achieves is a slower rate. The tanks break down quickly in sunlight and they can become habitat for vermin. They are not a long-term solution. Ratepayers should not be expected to pay for clean-up from poorly consented development. An acceptable solution, all stored water from paved areas is to be returned to green spaces on the site with native plantings. This will not only return the water to its natural state, but also assist to soften the industrial box-like form this development presents. The green space area will be deducted from the existing parking area, the size of which will be calculated by someone suitably qualified. Roof water should be collected and stored in tanks. This water is to be reticulated through the site's water closets and washed down facilities, reducing further the load on council-owned water supply. In conclusion, there's not enough clear reason for development to not proceed, as long as the following is addressed or is removed. Firstly, car parking. The amount of car parking is reduced substantially by the figure of at least 2/3 of the present area. Why? The car park is the environmental dead zone. Nothing attacks human existence more than the creation of car parking. How? The creation of car parking facilitates private motor vehicle usage. Motor vehicles kill and maim thousands every year, but road vehicles are also a major contributor to global warming. The paved car park also denies any form of biodiversity, removing the natural function of carbon removal by the green plant. The car parker is a facilitator of a transport mode that does not induce city citizens to walk in their daily lives. This has resulted in the present epidemic of lifestyle diseases, both physical and neurological, that plague the nation, largely brought about through a sedentary lifestyle. It can be noted that a daily walk to the centre would almost achieve the minimum walking requirements humans need as recommended by the World Health Organization. In short, car parking is a dead zone. Car parking is ground zero and the city as it defines denies any form of life. It destroys any form of visual aesthetics and is a complete destruction of a natural resource. A smart city should look at removal of car parks at every chance, because not only are they challenging the city's livability, they are, with the massive surge in technological advancements, simply not necessary. The applicant themselves describe their click and collect activity. There will also be an online facility. We now have a range of autonomous vehicles for delivery of not only goods but also passengers, on-demand public transport. So why the need for this huge parking space? It makes no sense, it is not needed and should be removed from the application, and the space repurposed to allow for additional green spaces, maintaining our biodiversity in the space to return contaminated water to the biosphere through sprinklers via natural processes. The second is the accessibility. As also recommended by your consultants, the present walking, cycling access is terrible. It fails in every way. It puts users directly in the path of the hazard of manoeuvring space of a motor vehicle, which means it fails to meet the Workplace Health and Safety Legislation 2015, which requires a requirement that on the identification of a hazard, controls need to be applied, and where reasonable and practical, the hazard has to be eliminated. As the PCPU, Woolworths has not addressed the risks presented to pedestrians from this hazard. Alternative transport users require their own pathways, unobstructed by vehicle use and protected by barrier rails. This would, I believe, be a solution protecting users from the hazard. The motor vehicle can only be described as a hazard. Pathways need to be from all adjacent roads and the tree line to give users protection from the elements and a pleasant space. A new development should, as is the requirement of council policy, encourage alternative transport modes designed to entice users and cater for their needs. The design of this development treats this form of transport with disdain. The removal of car parking spaces will allow this to be achievable. It will also assist the reduction of stormwater collection if these pathways are permeable. The third aspect is the road and roof water. This needs to be addressed. The present solution is not acceptable. The number of tanks need to be reduced to 2, made of permanent materials, and the surroundings need landscaping. Roof water should and can be recycled through the on-site WC and sprinklers. Road pavement water needs to be contained in underground tanks and then returned to the soil through sprinklers. And now, this was the other report after, just to reply to the report that came on the 6th, I think, of August. The question of the development economics. I believe it should not be of the council concern, as Woolies would guarantee they are profitable. They would not be doing development. It will be profitable, but since the matter of economics has been included, I will point out the following. There should be this should also be recognised that there is little evidence that Woolworths is not linked to a fossil fuel enterprise, which means that this development will be consequential in maintaining auto fossil fuel industry profits. The present council finances are dire. The council presently spends twice what it earns from the rates it receives from its citizens. Its rates are excessive. If they are raised further by the council, we would accelerate the rate of departure of citizens. None of these outcomes are desirable or sustainable. We need to judge this development on the effects of the economics of the community it resides in. The impact that it will create for the ratepayer should be the prime consideration. An increase in vehicle trips will adversely affect council finances. This occurs with an increase in traffic movements. The greater the vehicle trips, the greater the cost to council. The anomaly of this outcome is that the vehicle owner does not pay for this cost, and subsequently this shortfall is picked up by the ratepayer. If we are to consider the economic outcomes of this development, and due to the dire straits of the city's finances, it is imperative that this development does not adversely impact council's costs further. This can be mitigated by the reduction of the car park side. The car park is a facilitator of the beyond side vehicle trips. Every vehicle trip will impact on the city's finances adversely from the wear and tear on its roads, the additional air and water pollutants, and the cost of congestion. It should be noted in the last 3 months, Christchurch's air quality has exceeded World Health Organisation air quality guidelines in 43 days. The cost of mitigating the adverse effects to health and safety. The car park should be acknowledged for what it is. It is a dead zone environmentally. It is a danger zone in regards to health and safety of our community, and it facilitates a transport mode that benefits a very small group of the population economically. The car parking in this development would have an upfront cost somewhere in the region of 14 million and an annualised cost of 2 to 3 million. This is funded by an underclosed tithe on the grocery bill. The economics of the car park need to be disclosed, but they're grossly inequitable. The Woolworths customer is a non-car owning beneficiary who conscientiously walks to do their shopping, subsidised the owner of the huge taxpayer subsidised 4x4. At present in New Zealand, the cost of transport is in excess of $500 per week per person, of which 88% is spent on road transport, meaning that a large sector of our community do not earn a sufficient amount to cover their transport costs. A totally unsustainable economic outcome. This has been brought about by the allowance and promotion of developments such as this, and it cannot be allowed to continue in its present form. In response to the evidence received by the applicant on 6th of August, The applicant is described as Woolworths New Zealand. This needs clarification, as there are two Woolworths listed on the New York Stock Exchange. One is headquartered in Australia, the other is headquartered in South Africa. They are both substantially owned by institutional investors. The largest shareholders are a New York bank. It would be of some importance if this information was made available so the community actually knows who are the owners of this facility being placed amongst their midst. Of this application, paragraph 47, the development will be consistent with revitalising city centre as a primary focus. Placing 228 car parks in CBD fringe will not assist in revitalising the city centre. It will generate more traffic trips, adding to congestion and pollution to the city centre, degrading the city centre, and will assist the degradation of the city centre by facilitating greater vehicle movements. Paragraph 75 by Mr. Rossiter. Mr. Rossiter's only consideration for pedestrians and cyclists is that cars move at low speeds. At low speeds, a large metal object produces considerable force. And Mr. Rossiter observed driver behaviour around car parks. There is continual non-compliance of safe operating speeds. In terms of providing a safe place for alternative transport, this design would not comply. Council's experts and others proposals. The response to objection to a lack of dedicated work of car parks exposes a clear car centricity of Woolworths. In the light of the evidence produced, there's a need for the proposed development, but it should not produce adverse effects, both economically and environmentally, on the city, as it will in its present form. We would accept the development suggestions, changes by consultants with Council J had another objection. I would also conclude that this development does not comply with the following laws and regulations, and the solution to most objections can be achieved by the reduction in the number of car parks. The applicant fails to meet the requirements of following regulations, and policy objectives being the Resource Management Act, Section 42, the Christchurch City Council's policy on alternative transport, 2015 Workplace Health and Safety Regulations, and the Kyoto Protocols. In conclusion, the application by Woolworths as proposed has to be declined in its present form. The negative effects on the local and the large community are profound. The effects of the vehicle movements and 228 car parks proposed will devalue and degrade the local community and the environment. The operation in Woolworths and their like is a concern for us all, as they're a major supplier of grocery items in New Zealand. Their operation and profitability affects us all. Woolworths is a large multinational conglomerate whose role in society is the sole aim to make profits for its shareholders and its financiers. Not only is it a supplier of groceries, the range of money activities are widespread, from such sources as gambling to alcohol sales. Woolworths will only desist from an activity when the laws that surround the activity are changed. Woolworths revenue year-end 2040 exceeded New Zealand 67 billion. There is evidence for the need of another grocery outlet in the location. This is not in dispute. It is designed on the business model proposal that need changing. The application is as much about providing a vehicle facility as it is a grocery outlet. Over half the land use is for car park. The large expanse of pavement not only promotes and allows traffic generation of up to 500 movements an hour. This area is an area environmental and social ground zero. The collection zone of the supermarket waste, including the motor vehicle, toxic and dangerous. This outcome should be rejected, as no evidence that Woolworths and maybe all supermarket profits are not achieved from providing a vehicle facility. This application clearly exposes two examples. One is in the treatment Woolworths gives to alternative transport, providing one access way directly through the danger zone of travelling and manoeuvring vehicles. The solution is clearly designed to intimidate and deter pedestrians. This proposal makes a mockery of council policy of encouraging alternative transportation. The Woolworths business model is exemplified in this proposal. Treats pedestrians as a threat to their profit model, and they're most probably right, considering that Woolworths profits are linked to current transport modes. Secondly, in response to a lack of worker parking, Woolworths increases the number of car parks. Not an employer concerned with the health and well-being of the employees and their carbon emissions, and achieving a viable economic solution to provide transportation as part of the employment package. Obviously, Woolworths makes gains from every vehicle trip. It is in the supermarket's economic formulation. Motor vehicle facilitation is ingrained in the DNA of the business model of Woolworths. With the view of current trends in cities, a whole range of delivery options are now available, concluded by Woolworths' own admission. So why the huge expensive car park? It makes no sense. Woolworths' treatment of alternative travel is abysmal. They clearly do not subscribe to the objectives and goals of any other transport mode besides the privately owned motor vehicle. Their consideration of the disruption and the effects on the community has little recognition in this proposal. I would also comment on Woolworths' assertion that there are few objectives. Under current New Zealand economic climate, there are large groups of the population whose permanent employment is rare. Consequently, home ownership is more often than not an option. In this neighbourhood, most of the population would be tenants. Most of this group would not have the time or knowledge of the proposal or the inclination to object, as they would more than likely not consider themselves residents. I would also comment on the proposals, advertising proposal, small A4 notices, size notices on site with the details in a construction drawing format, hardly satisfactory for a development of this size, considering the majority of the members of the public cannot read construction drawings. For an application of this size, a scale model should have been produced and been available for viewing on the site. Woolworths need to go back to the drawing board of this application. They need to recognise the business model as usual is a failed and reduce the design of the principal customer base arriving from alternative transport and consult with the community. The tragedy of this application is that this site has the location and size that with the right design could achieve this outcome with less costs than the present proposal. This proposal squanders this opportunity. The right design could achieve a real asset to the community. Unfortunately, this application is not, and what will we be left with is a burden. Thank you for your time.
Can you hear us now? No. Okay.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear.
No, and it's not satisfactory, really.
There are phone numbers.
We might have to try ringing you. Oh, waste time talking, isn't it?
Get him on the phone.
They wrote an email, maybe.
We can see something in the
Yeah.
chat. Did I or just email them separately?
Just on the chat's fine.
Oh, send us the
Mm.
public.
Can you ask
I'll
them to
have to
wait?
sign off.
Can you email them to wait? Is this on? That's all wrong.
It'll definitely be on his end that he's got something, which is easily done.
I have received that email.
Can we telephone?
I don't have, I've asked them to call.
His phone number's on the bottom.
Yeah.
I can hear that better.
You can hear
Can you
us?
hear now? No.
Chair, could we just call them and put the phone on the speaker?
Yeah.
Well, that's what we'll have to do, yeah. Right,
For a minute, you said the phone number, what?
Oh, it's just at the bottom of this
Okay.
attached
I'll try
document
and
attached
hold
to
it.
the submission.
Who's he going to ring?
can you hear us now?
Not really. I've just tried to ring. I've been given this phone number.
All right, can you hear us if we speak now?
I can hear you, but I can't, it's not coming through the, not loud enough that I can understand, just hear you.
Right, so nothing's happening?
He's trying to call,
Just trying to call through the,
no, he's trying to call my phone, but I put it on speaker.
yeah.
I don't know who had really like call it.
I'm not getting a pickup from the phone either. Zerny, could you just try those? If there's any questions, if I could,
Are you hearing anything now? No.
sorry, what was that?
Are you hearing anything now? No.
Nathan, do you have a copy of this phone number? I could try.
I'll ring mine.
Yeah, use this phone number there. It should be on the submission.
We know that. Thank you.
I don't have the submission.
The phone number I've got's not working either. It's not connecting.
Okay, so I'm trying to, yeah.
This is the voicemail box of 20403844680. Please leave a message after the tone.
Sorry, I've got it now.
To leave a message
Okay.
or hang up otherwise.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can, yep, hello.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
We'll just put you on speaker.
Okay.
Well, we'll hear him through the.
Okay, can you, right, can you hear us?
Yes, that's clear as well. Yep.
Okay, all right. Thanks, it was a bit of a mission, but we got there in the end.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm ringing from Australia, so
Oh,
it is,
are
yeah.
Okay, did you, any questions?
With regard to your concerns that there's too much parking, are you less concerned if less parking was provided? You're not so concerned about overspill parking effects onto the local streets?
Just not quite clear what you said, but you're asking about my concerns about the parking?
Yeah, so your concerns about the parking, and if fewer parking spaces were provided on the site, which I understand is what you would like, that could result in overspill parking into the local streets. But I'm just, whether that's a concern, what do you think about that?
Well, that is a condition of I don't think you can control what's going to happen outside the site. But this is supposed to be a locally generated catchment area for the population. The idea is that most of the people should use alternative transport. And I think if you keep providing car parks, people will use it. If the car parks are not there, then people won't use it. People who are living locally, they'd be walking further to their car parking than they would to the supermarket. So it fails. There's no reason for them to use motor vehicles. The only reason they will use them if you keep providing the car parking.
And in terms, I think I understand that quite a few of your comments would relate to most supermarkets. Are there concerns that you have with regard to traffic and access that are particular to this site?
Well, I think there's been traffic concerns raised by the council's consultants. Madras Street is a busy street. By reducing the amount of car parkings, I think, to about 70 or 80 car parks, the amount of traffic generation would not upset the use of the road as at present. If it's turned into what the application asks for, it will create traffic concerns. I would also ask that there's only one motor vehicle entrance to the site, and that is from Madras Street. I don't believe there should be a vehicle entrance from Pack Street. I don't think it will be achieving anything. It's just going to put more traffic into a quiet suburban street. I don't think that's necessary.
But you consider that pedestrian access to Pack Street is appropriate or necessary?
Yes, I think pedestrian access should be from all streets. I think one of the council planners came up with access from the 3 or 4 streets that are adjacent to the site. And that should, I would believe, an acceptable solution. The pathway to alternative access should be on each side of development not running right through the middle. That seems to be counterproductive.
Okay, so
I obviously need any kind of safety situation.
So what's proposed at the moment in terms of the aisle through the middle of the car park, to describe it crudely, you consider that has issues and could potentially be addressed by two paths or similar, or additional pathing?
Yeah, well, if the Madras Street pathways were at each end of the development, that would be the most safest option, because you wouldn't be running the pedestrian pathways through the traffic zones. The pedestrian ways should be excluded from the traffic zone.
And right, so that's a locational concern rather than construction. So if the pedestrian pathway is clearly separated from through the middle, but clearly separated from traffic.
It should be. I mean, this is not just a supermarket, it's also that they may have a daycare centre in there, so obviously the pedestrian people, the pedestrians, accessible people, alternative transport needs a separate facility.
Hi, it's Commissioner O'Connell here. I'm one of the commissioners on the panel. Can I just ensure that I understand your evidence correctly, that you're not necessarily opposed to the redevelopment of this site for commercial purposes, but you have a concern with the size of the supermarket? Is that correct?
No, I don't have a concern with the size of the size of the supermarket. I mean, that's a commercial decision by Woolworths. I don't think, I wouldn't have the expertise to say whether the supermarket is large or small. What I was working my assumptions on was the Radio New Zealand article was saying that how New Zealanders there was nowhere near enough supermarkets in the population, so that was my thinking on that.
Yeah, thank you. So then that just narrows down in terms of your key concern is around, as we've just discussed, the size of the car park and how that will encourage or continue to encourage people to use motor vehicles as opposed to alternative modes such as walking and biking and scooters and things like that.
Right. And also the Woolworths talk about a click and collect facility. You know, there's all these electronic delivery devices now. So, you know, the model of everyone running along to the supermarket and getting their groceries is not applicable at this stage. So it should, you know, from an environmental point of view, it should be avoided, and it can be avoided.
Thank you.
Okay, in terms of the stormwater system, you state in paragraph 2 of your written submission, you state that it will generate huge amounts of toxic stormwater which will end up in an already stressed stormwater system rather. So when you're talking about the stressed stormwater system there, are you talking about the local or the?
Well, the local system is stressed. I could project a photo showing that the water doesn't even run off the roadway there. I don't think the stormwater system could accept any more stormwater generation. And I think that is stated by the council's stormwater expert. He states that they were talking about a pump, and in fact they he listed a whole range of stormwater solutions that Woolworths had not settled on what that solution would be. And there needs to be a separation from what the roof stormwater would be and what the car parking stormwater, because they will be two separate items with different toxicity levels, and both of those are materials or waters.
Okay, that separation is is part of the proposal.
Is it? I'm not, it seemed to be vague in the application.
Well, that's my understanding. All right.
I mean, their solution of half a dozen or 12 or 15 or something plastic tanks slung around the site, I don't think that's an acceptable solution.
What's your background? Do you have a background that gives you any expertise in that sort of area, or is it just your general?
I'm a builder, a licensed builder and a building developer.
Right.
I'm also certified in occupational health and safety and sustainability.
Okay. I mean, our jurisdiction's a little bit limited too. I mean, health and safety is part of the RMA, but in terms of getting into other legislation, we're not. You know, the Health and Safety and Employment Act is not really within our jurisdiction. But it's we understand the points you're making. Now, you spoke. I mean, your submission itself is comprehensive, but you spoke. Were you speaking to notes when you were speaking to us?
Sorry, can we get?
Sorry. Your submission is. There it is. There's too many cell phones on the desk at the moment. Trying to identify the right one.
The technology is a bit mixed, but anyway, go on.
No, it's fine. Yeah, right. So, yeah, your submission is comprehensive, and the written information with that is comprehensive.
Right.
You appeared, no, it might be incorrect, but you appeared to be speaking to some speaking notes you had made.
Right.
Yeah. Are you able to provide us with those?
Yeah, sure. Yes, I did explain that to the council officers. I will send those directly. I'll email them straight through.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. That's excellent. The biodiversity is obviously an important issue for you, but is it correct to say that really all of your concerns, or not all of them, but 90% of your concerns relate back to the car park and the effects that has directly and indirectly?
Yes, well, by reducing the car parking, you can actually address most of the other issues. You can provide additional walkways, you can provide ground soapage and areas of green space, which I think is actually in the council bylaws on some of those areas. So all of those could be achieved by car park reduction.
In your presentation today, you mentioned the tanks in terms of their durability. Can you just cover that off again? I sort of missed a little bit of that. Are you concerned that the tanks of this nature don't have a long lifespan? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, I've installed these tanks and they are of a robust nature. They break down, the UV breaks the plastic down, so I wouldn't call them a permanent solution.
In your experience, how long would it take for a tank of that nature to break down?
Well, I don't think it would go past 20 years. I think it would be starting to suffer.
All right. That was all we had in terms of questioning, and we appreciate your patience and your attendance, obviously. We will consider your submission as part of our overall consideration of the application. And again, we thank you for your time and effort.
Good. Thank you for hearing me. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thanks. I'll sign off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Right, we got there in the end with technology. Ms. Wardy, is it? Are you, madam?
The other lady's not turning up, Zoe Leary, was it?
Not today, anyway. Yeah. Thank you. Just give us a minute. We'll find our find your submission.
Yes, yes.
Welcome. You've been sitting here.
Just yesterday.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, I do have copies. I was going to apologise for going to be a tad being a bit long, but maybe that's not such a concern at the moment. After that previous one.
I don't feel restrained because it is your opportunity to.
Okay, thank you.
Within reasonable bounds, of course.
Well, yeah, it is a bit long, but I'll try and read it fairly quickly.
Sorry, did you have a copy, any more copies?
Have you got another?
No, well, I've got one more copy.
If you could give it to him.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Brendan. It's
Mine.
not your copy.
Yes, I'll just give one.
Thank you.
Okay,
Michael, in your hands, just take us through and.
right. This is a presentation as part of of my submission of 46. Morena, commissioners, members of council, and public and applicant staff. My presentation starts with an introduction and goes through some of the effects, and then ends with a best case scenario, and then for a bit of light relief, I hope to show you some photos. My name is Dusleen Wardle. My maiden name is Dreesen, and as I was born in Amsterdam, I emigrated here in 1967. I love New Zealand, but I still retain a little of my European roots. I have lived 17 years in Auckland and about 38 in Christchurch. All my overseas visitors tell me they love Christchurch the best out of the 5 major cities in New Zealand. The inner city, the vibe, the planning, a large part due to local businesses investing post-earthquake, and a community-minded council. Let's keep it that way. Auckland has become sprawled out with huge infrastructure problems, and I'm worried Christchurch is making the same mistake. Because we have plenty of land here, should we just willy-nilly develop it? Planning regulations are there for a reason, to protect the residents and the environment. We are pleased that Council declined this proposal and support the decision. At the end of my presentation, I'd like to show some photos from a recent trip to the Netherlands, a country the size of Canterbury, with a population of 18 million now, one of the wealthiest countries in the world, and I also believe high on the happiness scale. I'd like to address, first of all, how the submissions were counted. Both categories of supporting and neutral submitters mentioned one or more adverse effects. Why were they put into these categories? If you add those that mentioned adverse effects of some sort to the list of opposers, the support list comes down to about 16. For the sake of brevity, I take it that my previous submission has been read. I just wish to endorse the sentiments of all the submitters who have raised adverse effects regarding lighting, traffic management, etc. I also wish to state categorically that this is not a NIMBY situation. The residents have long expected a development of some type on this land, and indeed thought the issue was resolved when Wakefield Mews, under mediation with residents and endorsed by the Environment Court, agreed in 2009 to an anchor supermarket of 800 square metres, and this was implemented with Plan 31 by CCC. This proposal is just too large for the area. As the City Council's District Plan Compliance Table shows very well. Nearly every category of this plan is restricted and or discretionary. Filling and excavation, earthworks, acoustics, signage, future tenants unknown, larger than 40 square metres in the RMD zone, proposed village green, commercial tenancies, loading bay, access, car park, all in an RMD zone, daylight recession planes, activity within an RMD zone, permitted floor space of 1,000 square metres exceeded by 2,550 square metres. The building is set back and not of the right length. Glazing, stormwater, gable recession, access is different from the initial plan, and then again the biggie right at the back. The total GLFA will be 5,303 square metres, 3,500 square metres of commercial, while under Plan 31, only a maximum individual area of 800 square metres was allowed, plus some at 450 square metres. Apparently, large supermarkets are now called food sheds in the UK. Anecdotally, I've been told that a previous manager for Sainsbury in the UK was involved in setting these up in greenfields, but he says that in recent years, big providers have done a U-turn and now design smaller complexes, as they've realised that people prefer to shop in smaller scale buildings. Woolworths itself has done this already in Herne Bay, Auckland, called the Herne Bay Metro, so it can be done. Interestingly enough, that is a smaller scale building, and here's a photo of it, in a high density zone, and has recently been sold. That's the Herne Bay Metro Mart in Herne Bay, in Auckland. This seems to be the business model used by GDL Woolworth, getting out of the big malls, buying up any potential parcel of land banking, then building a supermarket anchor store with additional retail. After that, the land is sold and they lease the premises back, thereby reducing maintenance hassles, deferring problems of sites, such as the contaminated Orion site, and freeing capital to buy the next piece of land. No wonder the government can't find potential competitors like Aldi willing to set up in competition. I've also heard that some of the big malls in the US are emptying and failing, so the whole shopping mode is changing as we speak. Now, I would like to address some of the points raised in the legal submission by Leckie, Anderson and Brown. Paragraph 92 implies that the City Council has been negligent in leaving the brownfield vacant for so long. I quote, "The brownfield in the Christchurch central location remaining vacant does not represent sustainable management," unquote. I'd like to point out that before construction could begin on Wakefield Mews development, the massive 4 earthquakes in 2010 and 2011 that destroyed nearly 75% of the central city probably gave the City Council and residents other more urgent priorities to deal with. Economic effects. The legal submission in paragraph 36 admits that the overall activity is discretionary because it wants to start commercial activity within a residential medium district zone. It also wants to rezone residential land into commercial zoning, and there is significant soil contamination. In clause 73, it is implied that the City Council had no legal right to decline the application, but perhaps City Council also took into account that a previous Environment Court had solved the issue satisfactorily with mediation, as the original proposal was just too big for the area. Do we have to go down that road again? Interpretation of the City Council definition of the centre's hierarchy seems to be a sticking point. Legal counsel states in paragraph 5 that outward expansion of centres is allowed if commensurate with the role of the centre within the network. And in many other paragraphs states that the proposal will have no significant effects on the function of other centres. The thesaurus synonyms of commensurate is comparable, appropriate, in keeping with. Is this proposal comparable with a little supermarket of 800 square metres? Is it in keeping with our small butcher, veggie shop, bakeries and other small retail shops? How can a 3,500 square metre food shed be appropriate for our community? Introductory paragraph 6 states that while at the larger end of the neighbourhood centre zone, no significant adverse effects will arise from the proposal. And paragraph 40 states that the independent hearing panel had recommended that the RMDZ zone of this site be rezoned to high density, but that the City Council was stalling on that decision. The paragraph goes on to state that the RMA amendment bill, yet to be introduced, proposes to remove this requirement, so counsel for the appellant argues that, quote, little weight be given to the independent hearing panel's recommendation in this regard, unquote, and minimises the worth of the independent panel and asserts that government fast-tracking and other legislation will negate this panel. Could this be seen as being anti-democratic? Paragraph 47 again states it proposes stimulation of commerce as having no other significant adverse effects. Its objective is to provide integration of commercial with residential activity, but significant competition can be a factor against consent if the impact threatens closures of other businesses. I respectfully submit that this is not integration, but domination by an industrial overseas conglomerate within our community that has already got 4 other owner-occupied franchises owned by Woolworth in this area: Fresh Choice, Maryvale, City Centre and Edgware, Woolworth in the Palms, and a new one to be opened at Homebase in Marshlands. These all sell Woolworth brands, all within 4 kilometres of each other. There's no alternative supermarket brand except New World, 2.1 kilometres away in Richmond. Woolworth claims that nearby shops will initially only lose 5% or so of revenue, but in other centres like Nelson, this has been as large as 20%. We also know of the scenarios where Walmart in the US moves into an area and that whole area subsequently loses its diversity of shops. Paragraph 66 holds up the Supreme Court as setting a high level for acceptance for business, except if it affects people and communities and the social, economic and cultural well-being of these people or the environment by, for example, a downturn in business in an existing shopping centre or dilution of a retail centre. I mirror that phrase exactly right. It will in our community. Just recently I heard again on Radio New Zealand that there is an increasing climate of distrust. Politicians, big business riding roughshod over community interests, and we keep being told it is good for economic growth. 4 submissions for this proposal gave the reason that it's good for economic growth and employment. I'd like to ask, whose economic growth? The 100 or so employees? The local shops whose income may well be affected? It seems to me that economic growth is targeted at the wealthy, millionaires becoming billionaires, and billionaires close to becoming trillionaires. The predicted vaunted trickle-down theory has become a river torrent of upstreaming instead. Profits of this company are expected to be mostly going overseas, not into the local community. To summarise economic facts, and it really is a summary, Edgware and the other shopping areas around Edgware were badly affected by the earthquakes, with major roads like Edgware Road closed for many years. Shops supported each other during these hard times. They're just starting to recover and thrive. The current proposal of a large industrial complex is just too large for the site. It is not comparable or in keeping with other smaller shopping areas in the district. As this would be the 5th Woolworth-owned supermarket brand in a 4-kilometre radius, it becomes a monopoly and offers residents little choice of shopping. So yes, local centres will be affected badly and revenue could decrease by as much as 20%. Will Edgware really continue to be a destination shopping centre with this competition? Traffic. I don't presume to be a traffic expert, but as I live in the street next to Madras, which is Bishop Street, I frequently come home via Madras Street or cross at the Cannon Madras Street intersection at peak hour evening traffic. This banks up, causing quite a wait. Madras is a direct connection to Cranford Street and the Northern Motorway, with continuing developments in Belfast, Northwood, Kaipoi, Rangiora, Pegasus and more. Madras Street is only going to get busier. 500 extra traffic counts per hour would become a real issue. It would not surprise me if traffic lights would then be needed at some future date. And who will pay for those? Social well-being. The proposal is hailed in many paragraphs of the legal submission as a social well-being community benefit for the residents. I respectfully suggest that this long-established community has itself developed St Albans as a cohesive, integrated, mutually beneficial network amongst residents, business and community groups alike. Plenty of opposing submissions have stated that we have a close-knit community already. We don't need to have a big player come onto the scene and pretend that they are going to increase the social well-being. Instead, it would decrease our social well-being. City councils are reassessing the liquor alcohol policies. We are, as a society, trying to counteract the harm alcohol consumption does in the community. A giant food chain increasing access to alcohol in a residential zone would totally counteract this initiative. Future tenants are unknown. Could one of them become a TAB outlet? Issues like increased traffic count, noise of forklifts, trucks turning, smells, pollution cannot be mitigated by the Christchurch City Council. As for residents' parking permits, there's no present policy or budget at City Council for residents to be able to apply for these permits, nor monitoring of compliance. And what about the soil contamination with dust pollutants carried by winds during the excavation process and endangering residents? What about urban design? Surely a part of social well-being. Is a vulgar US Walmart-style industrial concrete box an acceptable urban design? A large concrete car park, huge signs, lights left on all night, all in a residential medium zone at that. This is a bit cheeky, but I would like to ask the panel participants, would any of you buy a house on the perimeter of this proposal? Landscaping. Amidst the concrete mess, we have been granted a 500 square pocket park. With cars filling past at slow speed, the emissions will make this pocket park far from a pleasant oasis. In fact, rather unpleasant. Apparently, post-lodgement of plan, some concessions have been given already, and there have been some improvements in landscaping. To have 6 larger trees in the car park. Whoopee! The Palms Mall has a very nice little park. This is a predominantly live-in 3-zone residential area. Due to past infill housing, the area has already been denuded of its existing mature trees. During my time as community facilitator for St Albans, I often saw developments that started with the bare minimum on purpose and then graciously added some minor details as a huge concession. Conclusion. This site has been land banked for years. Proposals have come and gone. The Wakefield Mews proposal was also too large, declined, and with mediation revised to a smaller footprint. This was accepted and endorsed by the Environment Court. Now we have this Woolworth proposal, which is twice as large. The Christchurch City Council has declined this proposal as it stands because it is too big for the site. How many times more do we have to say that? City councils know what works and what doesn't. They have circumnavigated business and residential cohesion for decades. Granting consent for this proposal will just increase the monopoly hold of this company north of Believe, which is contradictory under the RMA, wherein competition is actually encouraged. I would like to think that we, the residents, still have some say into what is best for our own community and our own lasting well-being. As said before, we're not against a commercial development, just not one of this size with long-lasting detrimental effects. I'd like to end with a best-case scenario. We would all like the site to be developed. But the optimum outcome for all concerned would be for GDL investors to scrap this design, probably cheaper in the long run, liaise with the locals to design a metro-style supermarket like they have in Herd Bay, Auckland, smaller, then add some ancillary shops that complement, not compete with the community. Some good landscaping and a fenced park/playground for children, so it's safe for them from the constant stream of cars. Can GDL think outside the big ugly box and develop something locals would like and approve of? How many times has it been proven that community input increases participation and use of facilities? Thank you for listening to me. I'd like to table this for your consideration. And now as some light relief, I'd like to show some photos. These are examples of landscaping in the Netherlands and large brand supermarkets that are discreet and to mine much more acceptable. We no longer, I'd like to point out, we don't no longer need large neon signs because locals and visitors alike use Google. Mihi nui. This is from a 7-story, this is only about 18, so not that many. This is from a 7-story apartment block building. You can see apartment block buildings in the background. What they do in the Netherlands is, I've lived in an apartment block like that. It was the 11th story of 13 high, 10 wide, and the width is one apartment only. And they usually face east-west or north-south, so you always get some part of sun, and there's always a balcony attached. And I believe now, here, we don't need to provide balconies anymore. And I believe in the Netherlands, they don't anymore either. So this is just an example of the extensive green scenery that you can see. Now, believe it or not, this is actually the entrance of the biggest distributor and supermarket in the Netherlands. It's called Albert Heijn. And what they are doing, and of course I understand that the situation of shops and residential areas is totally different, but they buy up little bottom stories and then expand their supermarkets in there. And a very small discreet sign. Yes, thanks. Now, if the lady from the Spokes would have come here, she would have loved this, because this is actually a bike stand. So this would be, Tony would actually like this as well, because if part of the car park could be providing safe, storage of bikes, that would be fantastic.
Is this at a train station, or is this at a public transport hub or a employment hub? Or?
This was just in the, I think it might have been a train station actually, it might have been near a train station. I can't remember, to be quite honest, thanks. Again, this is train station, but just showing you the bikes. I mean, in Holland there's such a biking, ethic. It's fantastic, and it's such safe biking. Next slide, please. This is an example of what I think considered quite tasteful apartment block, but also the landscaping on the right-hand side. As you can see, the Netherlands uses a lot of espalier trees. So this is only in May and possibly the beginning of June. So by the summer, that is just a green screen that totally obliterates whatever it's standing in front of. Yeah, thank you. Next one. That again is an Albert Heijn. You can see in the middle. That's in the middle of houses again, and on a square where there's a market at the same time. Yeah.
So that would have a big footprint in behind it.
Yes, yes.
Like
I would say maybe only 1,000 square meters. They do mostly small ones as well. Yeah. This again is just an example of landscaping that I had before. This is a school on the left-hand side, and in the Netherlands there's not terribly much room for schools, so this is a playground, and I thought, well, what a nice playground for kids. So wouldn't something like that be lovely? Yeah. And this is a better version of the landscaping, so I was thinking, if Madras goes down that road, I mean, wouldn't it be nice to have a screen, just banking, hiding the cars, and then sort of trees like that actually screen as well. This is an example of, I've heard recently that there was some issue about planting tiny little shrubs in front of the houses, the new development of Mike Greer here in Cannon Street. And I just wanted to show that in Holland they don't seem to be worried too much about having big trees beside houses. So that's actually a hairdresser. Thank you. And a lot of what's happening in the Netherlands and the whole of Europe is the wilding, of course, the wilding of the berms, the wilding in between motorways, the wilding on the side of motorways. And yeah, what a lovely uplifting look that is to look at poppies. Now this is interesting. Mr. Little was, I think, the brother of Mr. Aldi, and they eventually decided to split up, and Little took part of Europe and Aldi took over the other part of Europe. I forget which is which. So this is a huge conglomerate, and this is an example of their grocery store in a residential area. So that's the front. Yeah, next one. That's the little row to the side. And parking, I think there's probably more parking apart from that, but I don't know. Yes, next one, please.
It doesn't look like there's any particular dedicated pedestrian. That looked quite open with sort of.
Yeah. That, I mean, the pedestrian's there, and then you just turn right straight into the area. This is a side, so again, you know, fairly discreet signs. Doesn't have to be 9 meters tall and 3 meters wide. And then the next slide that's how far it extends to the back, and then I think I've got a slide at the back of that one. Yeah, and that's you know, a large supermarket design in the Netherlands. I think that's the last slide, isn't it? Oh no, this is in Leiden, so that's a big city in the Netherlands where my sister lives, and you can see that the design of the apartments is actually very close to the Albert Heijn, and there's no car access there whatsoever. There's quite a lot of bike parking there, and there was at the back, and the pedestrian access is just coming through here. It's attached to a tiny little mall, not I don't know, would be about a bit bigger than the Edgware Mall with the restaurants. And then when you go to the car park, I think there's maybe 40 car parks. I think there were 4 rows of 10 car parks. So again, people walk, they bike, they don't come in cars that often. Yeah. Oh, this one. Yes, this is a little town called Gouda in the Netherlands. And again, I saw there was a huge market on the side in the square, and on the left you can see the very discreet signs of Albert Heijn. So you can see how far that distributes under the houses. So I'm not sure what the footprint of that would have been. Now, I have been in there, but I would say it wouldn't be that much larger than Fresh Choice Edgware. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, so that was just a little bit lively.
Were you involved in the 2009 Environment Court matters?
I was a submitter, yes, but I wasn't involved as a community facilitator anymore because I had left the job at that stage. I'd left in 2008.
Okay. And what is a community facilitator? What's that role?
After the motorway designation was lifted off the Madras street, the city council realised that lots more money had to be put into St Albans because the whole housing had been dilapidated through short-term rentals and become a dilapidated area. So once the motorway lifted, they realised they had to do that. So fundraising was raised by the St Albans Residents Association. So it was a position created by the St Albans Residents Association and overseen by the Residents Association. But I think council gave $33,000 per year or something like that for salary. And that was only a 30-hour-per-week job. Initially, I co-shared it with another woman, Doris, and the whole idea was to, well, actually, as a little side issue, they said, well, we've got the old Edgware Library here, can you please also turn that into a nice community centre? So the whole idea was to liaise with residents and between residents and community and try and promote social development, really, for community development for the area. So we helped set up the St Albans Art Society, the choir, the local newspaper was actually part of it, but my husband and I and some other people actually set that up right at the start. So, and that's still going, which is nice. And yeah, lots of stuff was developed in the area, and as a result, people came back in droves to St Albans. So that already happened before the earthquakes. So my job started in 1998, yeah, the year after my husband died, so I think I was in the job for 10 years. Yeah, it was a great job, I enjoyed it.
So I can get it from somebody else, but the designation, where was that blight, the blight of the dim?
Yeah. The idea was for Madras to turn into a big northern motorway, something I think they said like Brougham Street. So it was going to go to the right up, it was going to follow Forfar Street. And then I think it was, I'm not quite sure, I think they were trying to buy land north, around to the right of Cranford Street, but that didn't work out. So I think the people there, or the council wasn't prepared to buy that land, and there was just so much objection to it that eventually it was uplifted in 2000, I forget now, I think it was when Gary Moore stood for mayor. Yeah.
Okay. And that basically put a hold on.
That was then totally lifted. It was totally not, I mean, canned basically. So then because the New Zealand Transport had already bought lots of properties along Forfar Street to make that happen, and then to go further up north, and then I think it was going to link with the motorway to the right. And so all those properties were then subsequently sold. And then there was talk, well, maybe we should broaden Cranford Street or Marshlands Road or Hills Road. So, you know, the discussion started again. And then this Cranford Street is slightly widened. Now they're talking about bus lanes and things like that. But it's still a huge problem. It's still a huge issue because, as I said, you know, the Madras feeds straight through Forfar Street into Barrack Street then. So it goes Madras, Forfar, and then people turn left into Barrack Street, and that turns into the main North Road, and then that Cranford Street, and that then turns right into main North Road onto the motorway.
Because a few years ago they stopped off, because you used to be able to drive straight up past Forfar, didn't you, on
yes,
through, but that's closed off now, so you have to turn left, or you can go right down.
Yes, some residents, lobbies have that closed off, yes. Yes, indeed, you can turn right, so what people do is they either turn left to Barrack Street and then up Cranford Street, or right and then Hills Road, and then, and then Hills Road also joins the motorway but later on.
Okay. One of the things that's coming through from submitters who are residents is that there is a real sense of community.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, huge, I think so, yes. I think it's just been a combination of factors, you know, lots of residents really believe in the area. They have dedicated huge hours of voluntary work and voluntary just developing it. Peck Street Park is one that's nearly sort of one of the first community gardens, although I'm supposed to call it a reserve. It was a city council reserve that was turned into a community garden for the public, and that was set up there. The Kohinga, which used to be called the St Albans Community Resource Centre, is luckily been rebuilt, so that's a huge focus of St Albans. The whole area does seem to be a destination hub in a sense, because Peter Tim's does sell to people outside. I don't disagree with that, but the locals go there hugely and buy as well. And of course Edgware Fresh Choice provides a huge facility. And I thought it was interesting that the lady who did the economic study did the research on a Tuesday between 11 and 12, because I would say that if she comes between 4 and 6 any day of the given week, she'd find the numbers a little bit higher than what she might have thought, because often you're trying to find a car park in the car park if you're going there, but then also there's traffic feeding down from Colombo Street and turning right into Edgware and blocking some of the areas up there. So the traffic is, we are basically a suburb dissected by northern traffic, because initially there was just Kalaipoi and Rangiora, and now it's huge development, just like Rolleston and Lincoln.
You mentioned the economics, and I was going to ask you a question about, you've got concerns about the effect of the development on the the economy of those local businesses, but you would have seen the diagram which then showed that there might be a little an effect, but then because of the expected continuing infill and intensification, that that Edgware and all other centres, they're going to continue to grow. Does that?
Yeah. I think that's an interesting concept because I think the population actually decreased quite a bit after the earthquakes, so people actually left the area. And then it took about five years or so for my house took 5 years to be rebuilt. So a lot, and I think one of my street was probably one of the later ones. So the exodus went, and then the exodus came back again, and all the developments have happened in the last 5 to 10 years, and my street, Bishop Street, has had huge infill housing already. I don't think that in any time soon they're going to take those down and intensify that. And I think as one submitter suggested, north of, I think it's Warrington Street, there are particular zones which are protected from development, from subdivision. So some parts of St Albans are still protected in that sense. So yeah, I think there will be infill housing, but I think possibly a lot has happened already. If you drive down Madras and Barbados Street, you'll see lots of developments of 6 flats already there, and I don't really know where else they would be able to intensify, to be quite honest.
Okay. So there are I can't recall what they're called, special amenity areas.
Yes, that's what I was talking, sand. Yeah, and some of those.
So there's a lot of new, in the last post-earthquake, there's been a lot of
infill housing. Yeah, that started right through from even when I was community facilitator, they were already talking about that, and I think the living zone had been changed from living 2 to living 3, so the density could go up. Could go up to 11 meters, I think. So a lot of that's been done already.
Okay. Now, scale's obviously an issue from your reference, the scale of it.
Yes.
But what else, if anything, apart from what's been offered, could assist in in addressing your concerns? If we park scale, if you like, for a minute.
Well, I sort of mentioned it in my best case scenario. I think a smaller supermarket, something like the Herne Bay one, like a mini mart or a mart. They said about Herne Bay that people come in and do their shopping on the way home to get extras, a bit like Edgeware's used. Because I heard one person say, oh, this will be used by people going to Rangiora and Kaipoi. Well, there's Woolworths and New Worlds and Kaipoi, so why would they stop on the way here to pick up groceries?
Okay.
So that's not really
so that's the size of it, but what else in terms of the, say, for example, landscaping or?
Yeah. Well, I think, there were original talks about a swale, because I believe there's actually a drain, a hidden drain under the whole site. And of course, the contamination has been huge. I mean, I think we moved there in 1987, and I think the South Coruscant is still using it then. And people tell me that the sort of trucks sort of dump things there, so goodness only knows what went on there. But the whole issue of contamination could be a definite issue for the developer. So landscaping in itself, I think I agree with Tony. Less car parking, a smaller supermarket, the extra retail. Definitely not a TAB. We don't need a TAB in the area. We prefer not to have liquor sales, but I know that's a very tricky one. In some of Auckland zones, where my sister-in-law lives, Henderson, it's actually dry. The supermarkets don't even have any wine in their supermarket, so it can be done.
It's a hangover, isn't it? A hangover, it's a bad use of words.
Yeah, funny one.
From the licensing trust in Oamaru, for example, is the same. If you
Yes, and they apparently put money back into the community. How much I don't know.
It's also interesting. Australia doesn't have sell liquor in supermarkets in most states, so that's they're quite different. But
And the code was the same.
Yeah, the code was the same. Okay. Anyway.
And anything that if a developer came to us, we could well, I think they've mentioned a fitness gym, and they've mentioned possibly a preschool, and they've mentioned medical care centre. I mean, all those would be very acceptable. Also, maybe some, what I was thinking was maybe some housing for elder people that actually are downsizing. I mean, we're hearing in the news at the moment that there's no housing to be found for people getting out of their 3-4 bedroom homes, and they just want a tiny little 1-bedroom apartment, which is, you know, accessible. And I remember going to a lecture by an economist or an architect, might have been, just after the earthquake, and this chap said, oh, the problem is that developers don't want to put lifts in apartments, so that's why they're not going very high. I mean, they don't have to put one up, I think, unless it's above four levels, I'm not sure.
Above 3.
Oh, is it 3? Yeah, so that prevents disabled people, elderly people from accessing any of those apartments.
In your evidence, you talk how the applicants claimed that nearby shops will initially. Sorry, in your evidence, you've said how the applicant said that nearby shops will initially lose up to 5%.
Yeah.
And then you see, but in other centres like Nelson, this has been as large as 20%.
Yeah.
Just where does that figure come from?
I've seen that in Harrison McAvoy's submission as well, but also I've had this sent by the person who was actually in the UK and was his manager for Sainsbury's, so he actually Googled that with AI.
Oh,
and he found that,
yeah.
yeah. I'm not very AI technically.
There's a Richmond supermarket, was it?
Richmond, yes, Richmond is the closest New World.
Yeah.
So that's 2.1 kilometres, yeah.
Oh, no, okay, that's fine.
Oh, Richmond,
No, so
Nelson.
Richmond and Nelson, but that's fine, but you, Richmond.
Oh, yeah, so, yeah, I should have said Richmond Christchurch, yeah.
So Richmond Christchurch has, Christchurch is you're saying that's 2.1 kilometres from the
Yes,
supermarket
yes,
from.
that's the nearest alternative
from
Woolworths type, yeah, branding, yeah. Mm.
Okay, and when you talk about decreasing social well-being, that's that's caused by the thing we've been talking about in terms of the liquor license, liquor supply and those sorts of things.
And I mean, I think development of the site itself would be fantastic, especially with extra landscaping, maybe a nicer park than what they're suggesting. The Palms has got a lovely little park, it's got some flowers and nice vegetation. Yeah, apparently
up the top end of the Palms.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
North end of the Palms.
Surely,
yes,
sure.
I was just getting my orientation.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, that's one of our closest sort of, what do you call it, community centre zones, is it? That's a small mall with accessory shops, yeah. Not as large as Riccarton, but in between neighbourhood zone and local centres, I think we call it, don't we?
Okay, no. That's a comprehensive submission, and thank you very much for taking the time to come in and speak.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for listening to me.
David Gardner. Give us half a minute, just the actual.
TV's off as well.
Yeah.
Automatically turned itself off.
Yeah, I think it's still.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Well, that's what we're told.
Right. So as I say, welcome, Mr. Gardner. Appreciate you coming to talk to us. We've read your submission, but if you'd just like to take us through, what the critical points are from your.
First off, I'd like to say I do own shares in Woolworths, so
it's not much, but we do own shares. And I'm against them building Woolworths, their proposal. So, they have changed it since their original application, haven't they? So am I allowed to add things I've spotted?
Oh, yeah, of course, yes.
Okay, cool. I've never done this before,
Yeah,
sorry.
you're just here to, if there's something that we can't consider, we won't, but we just want to hear your view on it.
Yes, I'm also not from the area, I'm in Redwood, but I have seen the effects of Northlink and the pack and save that was done on QE2 and Main North Road. The pack and save one, when they did their resource consent, they said there was going to be parking underneath the building and everything, and they got consent and they're like, oh no, actually we can't do that. So these big companies will say all these things to get approval, and then they'll walk back on what they have sort of promised. They'll go, oh, it's not possible, the land is not thing. And Northlink, they were allowed to build there, and the traffic there is now a nightmare, and Northlink has put $0 towards the traffic management of it, because they were able to give a little park, little bit of the old Bridgestone tyre factory land, Papenry Reserve, I believe it's called now, just a little area there. So the Christchurch City Council has had to fund the new lights that are nearby, and the changes and having to go out in consultation and stuff. But yes, enough about those two existing ones. The district plan requires that the development of the commercial zone provides public access and permeability through the site from, I believe it's Pack Street or Paggy Street and Purchase Street, the connections to the Jameson residential zone, and they're not doing that. It's part of the district plan which requires it. There's a lack of safe pedestrian crossings across the road directly outside the pedestrian entrance. How do they expect people to cross the road? Are they hoping people will wait in the flush median where cars are queuing to turn right? So that's a bit strange there as well. They're encouraging car use to get there by having it so large and not having the pedestrian entrances from the other sides. There's a lack of investment in the surrounding community as well. The pylon sign A will cause sightline issues on cars exiting the southern exit as well. And this will cause the cars to drive forward and stop on the footpath rather than at the giveaway sign, because footpaths are legal sort of roads and cars are supposed to give way to it. I'm not sure from the design, the northern entrance, if it's designed as an intersection now with the amount of cars, because I believe if it's 500 a day, it's allowed to be designed as a actual intersection and not just a driveway.
Yeah, they're both, my understanding is they're both vehicle crossings, so albeit busy.
So just a driveway, but not an actual.
Not with curbs and coming round to the street.
Because the northern entrance, I don't know why they've curved the footpath like that. I don't know if that's going to be safe.
That's for the trucks.
Is that going to cause a problem with pedestrians being able to cross that? And also talking about the northern entrance, the acoustic fence and the indicative transformer location could also cause sightline issues with pedestrians. And that will once again cause the cars to stop on the footpath rather than before the footpath, which they are supposed to. I've also noticed there's a lack of, speed humps to sort of encourage cars to go slow when they're coming up to the footpath. I know petrol stations, they should have them because they're high traffic. Also, I don't know if that's part of it, but the trundler returns are not facing the centre footpath, well, the centre walkway. I don't know if that's got anything to do with it, but that will, it's just weird. That will cause trundlers to be left in the centre walkway, as you can see when you go to North Link. Any thing that has a footpath like that. There's also a pedestrian crossing that leads nowhere to the loading zone, just north of the other pedestrian crossing. It leads to like a little lipped curb, which is tiny. Sorry, I don't have a map for that, but yeah, it's that one there. No, just south. Well, just south of that. So you're right. Yeah, down there.
There, down there.
No, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, just this one here. Just that one there. It's just above, or just to the east of the loading zone. I don't know why that is there, and there's a little lip there. Is it going to encourage people to cross there to nowhere? A car's going to give way there? I don't know. It's quite confusing.
I'm happy to comment on that just to provide clarification.
I would quite like to understand what that.
Okay, we could probably do that in reply.
Okay.
We can make a note, we can address that.
So because there are some clarification issues that the Commissioner would like around what different things are, the lot, yeah.
Understand.
Thank you.
Also, there's a lack of trundle returns near the actual entrance to the building, to the frontage. Along there seems to be none of them.
Sorry, I missed the
trundle returns.
Okay.
There's trundle returns in the car park area, like in the middle and at the very sort of near Madras Street, but there's none actually near the frontage of the building. So I don't know what people are going to do with their trundlers, leave them on the footpaths. A lot of people like to leave trundlers/trolleys in bicycle parks because they sort of look like it. They do that at Bunnings on Shin Road, and they do that at Pack and Save on Main North Road where there's electric charging for bicycles. There's no trundle returns, so people push their trolleys into the place where you lock your bikes up. Yeah, and one more thing, I believe, pushing failures onto others. Woolworths has shown their thoughts about things by, in their original thing, they said, although there is a shortfall against the district plan queuing space, it's cut off, sorry, the word, is considered that there can be managed, this can be managed by encouraging staff to utilise the staff car parks and a no stopping area in there. Like they've changed it, but their original intention was to push their failures onto staff to go, oh yeah, mate, can you guys park here? Like they're not doing anything that will fix the problem. They're saying, is it sort of like thoughts and prayers, like sort of it's well used, but it's sort of useless physically. And that will just show that they want to push the problem onto the Christchurch City Council for like the transport roading and stuff as well. The cars will build up, there'll be problems, and like Woolworths could, I believe, widen Madras Street. If they want to, they could purchase that the extra bit of land. They say they don't own the land, but how much would this development cost, and how much would it cost to build an extra, to buy an extra bit of land right next to it? Even if the land's 600,000, they could go $1 million. I'm sure whoever owns that will go, yeah, sure. Like they can do it. It's just they don't want to. they want to, you know, scrimp on everything, or anything they can, and make the city council and the residents around, you know, pay the price for their thing.
Okay, that's what you mean by pushing the costs.
Yeah, like they're $1 billion company. Yeah, they're in Australia and New Zealand, and they don't want to do things properly. Also the proposed building in the original plan before the PC14, they had a design so it was cutting into the daylight thing. Like they knew that, and they're like, oh yeah, you know, it cuts in only a bit, you know. Yeah, even though I don't think that is that PC14 thing doesn't matter about the site. No, not sunlight boundary thing, but it still shows their sort of true nature, like that they don't really care about the surrounding area. Yeah, it's pretty bad about the landscaping as well. You see how many car parks they got. I don't know if that's a minimum requirement to have that many car parks, but they want to get as many cars in as possible, even though they say, oh, you know, people will bike and people will walk, not with their design. And, sorry, one more thing. You know, they say the 100 people going to be hired. You know, they're going to automate that as much as possible. The self-checkouts and stuff. So, I doubt it will be 100. Yes, that's all from me. But yeah, I don't want the residents to be screwed over by it, even though I don't live there. I've seen what's happened and thought, yeah, to look after people even if they're not me.
Okay, we've talked about so we've talked about the additional accesses, the loss of permeability, and those sorts of issues through the site.
Yeah, like it's not really hard for a company that big to buy a bit of land.
I couldn't quite understand where the sightline issues were.
I think so. Your concerns were about the sight lines here with the height.
Yeah.
I mean, we've heard how because the sign is set back within the site that the sight lines would be clear. Also,
Right, they don't need the base to be, you know, that they can have it on 2 poles going up and then just keep the lower area clear. You know, there could be someone coming from the north heading south on like an older person on a assistive scooter. Could be going 15, 20 k's an hour. I don't know how fast they go. Even 10 in a car. You know, just because everyone knows cars don't actually look. They're not looking for people. They're only looking for cars. So the more opportunity they have to see people. Even further back, just like roundabouts, people in cars, they look right, they won't look left when people are trying to cross, and slip lanes as well. Same thing, cars won't look. But maybe, speed humps there to help keeping if they do keep the sign there. Just the safety of people. We don't want people being injured, dying. encourage people to be able to walk there.
You say in your evidence, lack of tree cover. Have you seen the updated landscape plan?
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
Um,
And when you say lack of tree cover, are you meaning primarily within the car parking area?
within the car park.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because City Council's aiming for canopy thing for heat because climate change and stuff.
Yeah.
And concrete is a heat store, soaks up all the heat, releases it. I'm sure they could lose a few more car parks to put some good sized trees in there. No, at the front near the south entrance, I'm not sure if the trees which is a plan to plant there will cause sightline issues as well.
Yeah, one of the things we look at is the height of planting. It's called a visibility display.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it's exactly that. It's just in these areas here.
Yeah.
It's a really important consideration for us here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they're using an area which should have sightlines for planting.
Yeah, often in the district plan, there's an area calculated, sort of a triangle area, sightline they call it. And I think it requires planting to not be any higher than 1 metre or something. So an earlier question from the panel was around clarifying what that was going to be like in those locations, specifically for the reasons you've raised.
Yeah. Sorry, one more thing. Also, I don't know if they're still narrowing the cycleways, but that's a really bad idea. Like, if they're not going to do anything with the widening, if they're not going to try and widen it, at least get rid of the car parks on the west side as well. Because you know, cars are going to undercut the cars waiting on the flush median, and they won't be paying attention to cyclists, and cyclists will have to worry about doors opening and cars undercutting, just knocking them off. If they cared about the community, they would make it easier for people and safer to actually do something with the road. Or fund the Christchurch City Council to do it, I don't know. That's the thing. Pack and Save, Morehouse Ave, they funded the upgraded intersection at Q2 Main North Road, they did. And they put in raised crossings for the slip lanes. Pack and Save paid for that.
Is that at the Papanui up in Main North Road there where you're trying to...
Yeah.
That's where they got like 4 sets of lights and about 300 metres or 400 metres.
Yeah. Cars, eh?
I think I'm... No, I'm fine. Yeah.
Okay.
But that's our question, so thank you very much for attending.
Yeah, thank you.
It's been informative.
Having me?
Yeah,
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Should I leave this one here or would you?
Oh, yeah, I might have that. That's right. Yeah, thank you. Please.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, that's the day done here.
Thank you. Has there been any word on the
No, but I have asked about that. I understand she's unwell, but
we'll obviously be here if we need to be.
yeah, I would have. Yeah, I mean, I want the council officer to or staff to try and move it to the afternoon if her health improves. But
okay,
yeah,
that's fine. We can keep in touch with council staff on that.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, 56 has indicated. Oh, that got moved to earlier.
got.
Yes,
that-
yes, yeah, so
Sign.
that's our
Yeah.
plan.